Hey folks, and welcome to Practising Programming in C, where we're going to continue to do some stuff on the multi-threaded mockup system. I've kind of realised that it's missing some stuff, so I need to do some more on it. But before I go into it, let me just bear with me while I put some music on. See if I can, see if this is some Kate that's not going to interfere with. Yeah, that's not going to be released until October. We can pop the Central World on. That should be 40 minutes. I think also the other day there was some Autoteca anniversaries. Okay, so this is, yeah, it wasn't that actually. What was it? There was an Autoteca anniversary. Ah, hang on. What's all this about? 2016. Right, the 22nd of November 2016. Yeah, none of those happened on this day. Today's the 21st of February. Well, these are miles away actually, aren't they? So when was Central World released? That was on October the 17th. Have we got anything from then? No. Go on, let's just stick the Zagreb one on. That'll be an hour and 48. Right, that'll do. Okay, so let's just get at what we've got so far. Threading. I think I can run it over here, can't I? What I tended to do was threading test, I think. Yeah, threading mockup. Yeah. And then, so we've got a hard-coded thing up there actually. So I could do with getting rid of that really. Because we don't need that happening anymore. That was just to test the actual job queue thing. Get rid of this. And relaunch. Now we've got an empty job queue. So yeah, we come in here. So we come into consume jobs, initialize the threading thing, and then we're going to print the function name, excuse me, which is right here, consume jobs. And then we're going to print the job queue, and then we're waiting for a job to come in. And then once we've got the job, we're going to print the queue. So that would do something. So let me just do that. I think it's actually, yeah, 3 mockup clients. I could get a job in that, couldn't I? That's not a job, is it, actually? Yeah, because it doesn't actually... No, sorry, it's not the user interface, it's the reference manager, isn't it? The reference manager function. So it would be in handle connections, wouldn't it? Ah. The instruction handler, yeah. So it's going to be each of the handlers. Yes, it's this, isn't it? So each of the handlers would have to be issuing an instruction, issuing a job. So that's perfectly fine. That's why that doesn't actually stick a job onto the queue. But that's fine. We can go to threading test, and we can provoke a job another way. Right, let's do a new file for fun. For today. and today's music is Kate Bush's The Central World. And Autek's, yeah, what do you call this? A Live 2016. Yeah, I mean it's this. Alright, so we stuck a job on, so you can see that job went up there, the file IO job for this file here. Alright, so that's kind of what we've got, and additionally we've got this as well. We can also stick a UI job onto the queue. So that's all fine and dandy. And both of those things are basically like database writing jobs. Now, one thing I've kind of spotted that we don't actually handle is the other half of the equation, which is actually getting jobs off. Sorry, it's getting information out of the database. So, for example, let us say that we've got this threading mockup client, and it wants to say like something like ref store get, and it wants to get like a file size. So let's just say that we've got like file IO for like this file, right? Because that's that kind of a job, that kind of a information is something we do have, and then it's going to be like the ref.get kind of data or something. So then what this would do is it send a get instruction to this guy here, and it would be looking up into it would be saying look up into the database and give me the information for this file, basically. So if we go to the threading mockup.h, we should have, yeah. Now let's just see what kind of stuff we've got in here, because I think we do have like job types, don't we? Yeah, job type ID. So, would this be an appropriate thing to say? I think it wouldn't be, because we could have both types of job requesting this sort of information. Okay, so rather than being a job type ID, let's have like it's like a database entity ID, isn't it? Or database entity type. Yeah, now interestingly, I think this kind of stuff is probably going to actually go into the .h file. to the job queue, something that a client should never have to bother with. Similarly, a job, they shouldn't really have to be bothering with this per se. I don't think. Nor this, because this is identified by the thread that picked up the incoming connection, sort of. So that's nothing to do with them. It's this though. All of this stuff, I think, is going to be passable back to the calling threads. So that's okay, because there isn't an awful lot there. This will probably want to be used. Yeah. I'm a little bit thinking that the block ID might not be used, but on the other hand, it might well be. We'll see. We'll see how that pans out. Yeah. So let's just take this stuff into the .h file. And let's say, where's an appropriate place for it to go? Probably before the instructions, isn't it? Because the instructions themselves are going to want to use that kind of stuff. Yeah, let's stick it before all the instructions. So what did I just build there? That was thrown in mockup. That was the actual server. So that should still be running. Okay. Now, actually, before I go on, let me just make a note of what I actually want to be doing here. I think where did I put the notes? Put on the top of this, yeah. So what I'm doing is concurrent reading, but let's do it in 2 stages. Let's first all get reading. So it's essentially like, what's happened there? Ah. Yeah, so the only difference between what we currently have and what we want is that this is going to be like a sort of bi-directional job, kind of. Because we've currently got a dump job. And we've got the... Well, I guess it's not a job actually, is it? The dump is just an instruction. But we've got like... We've got jobs that add to the database, and they're all just saying, here's the information, put it in the database, and don't bother me again. At least I think that's what's happening, so I'll just check that. But what we're wanting to do now is have a database reading thing, which basically says, please can you give me this information, and then the database will go ahead and find the information and pass it back. So it's like, you know, that's one aspect of it. And the other aspect is concurrency. So it's like, it's basically like concurrent. It's like stuff that doesn't modify the database can happen. Like, you can have multiple things happening at once. You know, it's like if it doesn't modify the database. And the database reading is basically just like, it's going to be returning some information. Yeah, and I'm sort of thinking for this one that we want like have a thread count of like in-flight threads. To help us like know when we can actually start to modify. I guess we'll come to that. But let's first of all do the database reading. Okay. So where's our dump instruction? Now want another instruction, which is basically a get instruction. And then the dump function is down there. So let's do another one here. Now I might have to just look up some stuff. But yeah, I think already I know what we need. We need it's like a database type. And yeah, it might actually just be a void star then. Couldn't write it. Yeah, it might be a void star because we'll probably have different ways of identifying different things. Yeah, so let's just make it a void star. And it's like the ID. So let me just go over to Silicon just for a sec, because I need to sort of, I just want to, you know, get this going. What kind of a, we have dump, don't we? So we've got a dump instruction, we've got a register instruction down there. So we've got all these different types of registers, different types of payloads, sorry. So that's a log in sort of a thing. So yeah. Oh, as well as, sorry, we don't have to use Silicon, we can use the reference manager, can't we? Ref store. That's probably the better thing to do actually, to use this one, because this has a more, it's got sort of more of what we're after. So we've got the so rest of, I think we have got a get instruction here, don't we? Yes, we do. So let's just wholesale take this and then see what we need to do about it to get it actually working. So we're doing a restore get, and it's all of this stuff here, so let's just go to that. So the entity type ID, yeah, there we go, you see. Yeah, okay, so that ID stuff, we're going to have to have enough storage space for all the types. So yeah, it's probably actually going to be a union, isn't it, really? So rather than, you know, whatever I said, database entity type, it's this. So we're going to have yeah, I think a file will be sufficient. And then a ref store ID. Now, yeah, this is the thing that I'm sort of saying will probably be a union, but I don't think we need to bother with that actually. The way we're identifying these, it's simply going to be the file name. Yeah, it's kind of this. So if we just, should we just say that this is part of it, like just wholesale, just that? This data. Yeah, I'm a bit skeptical actually now. Maybe rather than that, what we actually say is it's this, isn't it? And then we can sort of deal with the various different types of entities as we need them. Remember, this is just a mock-up, so it doesn't need to be the full thing, it just needs to be roughly what we need. So this void data. I wonder if this will build now actually. No, restore code. So that is like, yeah, return codes. Let's get this from restore. Oh, rather than RRC, it's probably going to be RC. Then a restaurant ID. So yeah, rather than a restaurant ID, it's going to be that thing, isn't it? Now, yeah, oh, ID is undeclared, so that's going to be because of this, isn't it? And there should be a problem about writing, yeah. I think this is that wrap 0 thing, isn't it? Oh, maybe not. take it straight from there, can't I? Implicit function width of. Where's that? Ah, right. Let's just stick it from here then. Put in for the instructions. I think this is because it's a void star, isn't it? I think, possibly. Yeah, it is this, isn't it, I think? It would be the ETI file. I'm not exactly sure what that generic thing is about. I mean, it's possible that I should just simplify this part of it out, maybe. Isn't it? Because what we're talking about here is the return. Isn't it? Exclude ID. Yeah, this is all we're talking about. So maybe, actually, rather than having to go through this whole kit and caboodle, maybe all we actually do, yeah, let's simplify this part of it out, I think. Because when I'm doing it for reals, I can actually, I can actually do it. All we're trying to do here is actually to get the threading part of it happening correctly. Which is the reception of information. Be sufficient. Okay, so now we should have a restore get instruction. What we now need is the other side of it, which is like the handle get function. So let's just get restore .c up in handle get. So this is going to be slightly different. Again, right, this is just receiving the instruction. So what this person should be saying is receive the instruction and then push a job onto the job queue for the database thing to actually go and deal with, and return to us the information, isn't it? So it's kind of like this needs to kick off a thread that's going to do consume thingamajigs. Is that correct? Yeah, that might not be exactly correct. It's not going to have to be double barreled anymore because it's we already know the size of it. So yeah, it's this bit here, isn't it? So it's going to receive the instruction, and then I think it's going to want to be pushing a job, isn't it? Ah, hang on. Yeah, and this is interesting because push job sort of has to all happen, doesn't it? You know, like if push job, if we get to this line, we push the job and we don't just proceed, then do we? I think we have to wait until push job returns. Just give us a second. So yeah, would the push job be the right thing to do actually? It's push job. So when we hit the enter key, we do a push job, and the job is saying, you know, add whatever I've got in the buffer to the database. And in this case, it's saying add this file size to the database. So it almost seems like we need both of these can happen. Like so let me just get a handle of this. Yeah, this is the Cinera function. So this Cinera function is a thread. So we've got a single thread spinning on monitor file system. And a single thread able to call push job. Yeah, I think this is kind of the crux of it, isn't it? I think this is assuming that the job gets pushed on, and then we kind of, this might not have actually done this really right. Because really what you want to be happening is that you push the job and then you don't really wait for it to complete, do you? You know, in this guy's case, yeah, is that right? Yeah, because let's say like a database write, for whatever reason, is going to be really complex and it's going to take quite a while to do. Meanwhile, there could be other file system events happening that you'd want to actually work on. I mean, I suppose technically, actually, this would actually, it would actually just buffer them up, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think this does buffer the events up, so even if we're still mucking about in adding the stuff to the database, mind you, no, it's only pushing the job, isn't it? So yeah, you can ignore all of that. Kind of forgotten a bit of how we actually did it. All that's happening here is that it's pushing the job onto the job queue. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it always seems, doesn't it? Like rather than job type, this really wants to be like a job source. It's like the source of the job. Where did it originate? Job originator. Do we care about that actually? We possibly don't. Yeah, wherever it comes from. Yeah, I think this actually, rather than it being a... Rather than it being like this, file IO, it's got to be a file IO add. And a file IO get. Yeah, and the job type is to do with the actual kind of entity, database entity. Yeah, that's probably not quite right actually. Let's do this in a different case. And this job is only going to have the file name. So this is if it's an add. Job take job. It's the void data. So yeah, the thing here, to the database to the entry. It's going to be both of those things. Yeah, so I think, yes, I think here actually what we actually do. mean, we could just nick this, couldn't we? I mean, I guess the alternative actually is we could just say it's a database sinner entry without the file size filled in. You know, because it's a union anyway, it's still going to have to occupy the whole size. So yeah, maybe that's fine. The only difference is that we don't do that. Because we're not going to have it. So there's the push job. Get or write to database 0. So who calls that? Oh right, it's the consume job. Yeah, right. Yes, I think that's fine. So this is going to be get from database. And I think it's all of this basically, isn't it? It's essentially oh, hang on. Cinera, yeah. So yeah, rather than be Cinera, it should really be like file IO or something. The alternative is to just pass the type as a parameter. So yeah, as I say, it's just all of this. isn't it? And if we don't get anything from there, then we need to write a new guy. I think, is that right? Oh, actually, this is a problem here. Potentially, or maybe not, because the database buffer pointer will be moved by this person here, and that will persist, I think. So yeah, let's say get from database and we're passing these guys. I mean, we could actually just say it all in the same thing, couldn't we? Sorry, let's just say this actually. If this, and if there's no results, then do all this. Ah, right. Yeah, okay. So we want like the header. I mean, we could sort of say that this happens again, couldn't we? You know, just to get us going. So let me just check that that actually works, because that might have completely broken. Yeah, something's happened. So we failed an insertion. Ah, yeah, we haven't done that. So where we've got the dump. We've got the dump and the get. It's this, isn't it? Alright. So there's no handle set. Except that handle get is here. We need to init the instructions, don't we? Okay. That's kind of nice that all that stuff is set up, I guess. But anyway, let's just write a thing out. And just to double check it, let's do another thing. Do a change. So when was that released? That's released. That's released 10, and this other one was released there. Okay, so it was 92, and it's going to become 118 kilobytes, bytes. Yeah, okay, so that seems to be all right, I reckon. So the thing that we haven't tried yet is the get, isn't it? Threading mockup client .c. So this REST get, does this actually just work? No. So let me see what we need. Payload client get, yeah, I think we just need, so payloads get perhaps, well as REST get there. It's probably, yeah, it probably is just that, isn't it? As the error was saying. So file, the entity type IDs. Threading mockup ETA file. I think that might be okay. And this I think should be okay as well, actually. Yeah, okay, so now we've actually got that. So all this is going to be saying is, please could you tell me the file size of this file? And we have added it. It's going to, it should be stored as 118. So we should, I think, be able to print out. Well, there's another thing, isn't there? If the data returns let's just check what one is. So it's codes, okay. So the data codes instruction. Where have I gone to here? I think I'm in somewhere else. Data code instruction is equal to rc locate found. I think that's basically it. I mean, the other thing is when I'm actually doing the proper thing. I'll be returning a void star. So we're in a different file here. We're in the actual rest store, aren't we? Yeah. So this is where we are. So this is not what we're talking about, but we would be returning a void star on the data. So we could actually just check if there is any data, basically. Rather than checking the individual instruction. Yeah, but that's fine. If you've got a thing, we say that oh, it's data, isn't it? Probably. Yeah. So this is actually going to be, rather than just data, let's just say, I don't think I can do, you can't use numbers, can you? Like straight off the, but you can't use even thingamajigs. I think I'm right saying that. Let me just double check. Yeah, can't use that. So it's going to be file this, and then it doesn't like that, is it? Yeah. Okay. So rather than data, it's like F222. Alright, so I'm not sure what's going to happen here actually. Yeah, cool. So nothing. That's kind of appropriate. Just because the message may never be received does not mean it is not worth sending. And we're talking about sending messages between various people. That'll be part of the problem. So locate entity by ID. Probably don't have that, do we? But yeah, as I was sort of saying, it needs to push on. It needs to push on a job. And the push job is going to be, it's going to be this type of job. Let's see what else it needs to take. So it needs to take the job queue, it needs to take the type, and it needs to take the data. So the job queue, I think we've got that globally. How does that get it exactly? I think it doesn't need to get it. So I think we're okay there. It needs to be JTI file IO get, and it wants to be a database Cinera entry. So when we receive this, I think what it's saying is it wants to be it wants to be this. So you got payload get. So the get client, P client has no thing. I wonder why it thinks that, because that's quite clearly there, isn't it? Payload underscore get 0. Payload underscore get 0 is this. Oh, it's this. So the ID is what it actually is taking. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I guess actually we need to kind of line these guys up. The easiest way to do that is to just do this. Yeah, you know, I suppose they all tend to use the ID actually. Yeah, maybe you just actually say, rather than doing it like that way, you know, maybe it is literally a car. Oh, actually, no, it couldn't be that, could it? No, it couldn't be that. Aha, yeah, so the void data. Actually, sorry, to put it another, no, it could be this. But the only difference would be this, isn't it? And I think that would line things up. And then we could go back to here. Yeah, so that is what it is. So there's completely types of file. Yes, rather than this. So receiving for the clients, oh, the client ID, isn't it? Well, that's the thing. Yeah, we're talking about this. So if I'm pushing the job, we only have a car ID. And I think actually that's the thing, is that you can't really cast that necessarily. Void star. I mean, I suppose you can just write directly from the void star. Yeah, you can do that, can't you? So you got this void star. You initialize that, and then you just say yeah, I mean, you don't even need this actually. Yeah, it's a bit weird to be wrap zeroing a void star, but I think it's okay. Yeah, and then we got the job. So this file IO add. Let's just now see if we get the get instruction coming through. Yes, we do. File IO get. Don't know why it's in purple though. Waiting for a connection. But yeah, that's cool. So it's popping it on. But we're still not getting the actual information out of the other end. So yeah, the push job happens. take job. So that's going to take it off. Consume jobs. So there we go, get from database, Cinera. Yeah, okay, so at this point then, we need to actually get that information back to the client. So they're not waiting around for it, are they? That's going to be the thing. Right, they're going to send that instruction. No, they do wait around. They do wait around for the return. So what is handle get doing again? Let's just remind ourselves of that. Yeah, right. So it pushes the job on. And then before actually sending the information back, it needs to wait for the actual, it needs to wait for the database to actually give it the information. So yeah, push job is getting called. This is kind of interesting. I think we need to now have some sort of thread coordination going on here. Yeah, because we've got a get instruction. Yeah, this is interesting. So the two types of things I know about is mutexes and conditional variables. Just give us a second. Let's go and just mull it over just for a minute. Alright. I didn't really get any inspiration there. I should check that I've got the right scene on. But yeah, as I was thinking, we've got two types of... We currently know about two ways of coordinating threads. One is using mutexes and one is using conditional variables. So yeah, the push job is going to happen. And then it's going to... It could return a job, couldn't it? It could say this is the job. And it could be doing a thing that's sort of saying job is pending. And then once the job is complete, it signals to us that the job is complete. And here is the result. Couldn't it? Oh no, it couldn't, because yeah, this just romps right through. Yeah, all this does is push the job on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's fine, because it'd be saying. Yeah. Yeah, it could return a pointer to a job, couldn't it? So if it's null, then we do all of this stuff. Otherwise, job queue is full. And I think we just at this point say j is equal to 0 again. And then when this person does push job, wherever it is. Yeah, when this person just push job, what they do is they get a job. And they basically sit here waiting until we get the signal that the job is dealt with. Isn't it? That's interesting. I think that's all it is. So, conditional. Is that the right thing? Yeah, but we don't do an awful lot of this, actually, do we? Interestingly enough. And another thing. Well, no, because I was going to say, like, this would just kick off and it would just get out of there, but it does actually need to do its work. You know, it does need to go through this process. So it could well it could well initialize a condition, couldn't it? Yeah, couldn't it? It could initialize a condition, and when the job is taken, it signals it. That's what it is, isn't it? Right, and this guy down there waits for that signal. That's it. So yeah, here we go. I don't think that mutex has anything to do with us. We just say this. Yeah. And then when we take the job, we would say this. Okay. Ah, hang on. What we're actually going to do here, yeah, we clear out the type. So where did this return its information to? So consume jobs is going to get that. And then all of this. But that person ain't going to have that job. So yeah, we've got the job queue. At this point, the job queue would then be emptied again. Now, is that okay for the job queue to be emptied? Yeah, I don't think it is actually. You know, if we're going to signal this to be complete, we signal it to be complete. It's almost like we need to wait for acknowledgement, isn't it? that right? Ah, hang on, unless we're not supposed to write it, because right, the job queue, we've got this is like the input job queue. So these people are going to push the consumer takes from does the work. It almost seems like we need another queue, doesn't it? So we push the results on. You know, because what could happen is here. We signal this to be complete. Let me just complete this bit of it. As I say, I think it's wrong. I think this is a mutex, isn't it? Also wants. Next job to take mutex. Let's just give it a fake mutex. And yeah, it's literally just that. Okay, so once we've got it, then we need the information from somewhere. So the job complete, you know, it's almost like okay, we're always talking about JTI get, file IO get here. So that's sending the codes. Oh, hang on. Maybe that should have been two-step actually. After all, you know, it receives the codes and then it receives the other bits, or maybe you just send. I'm just checking ref store actually. So it's sending the codes, and then if we've managed to locate it, then we send that. Yeah. So I think actually, I do beg your pardon. Send the codes first, and then send this. And this is going to be the job complete, like yeah, we always want to say what the success rate of that job was as well, don't we? I mean, in other ways, we can just test against the fail size for now. It's a bit cheesy. Yeah, I think this should then be the size of. False. I think that's probably to the that. So it's possible this is all a load of nonsense now. But let's see what happens. Oh, we didn't actually build the thing again, did we? So the rest will get, yeah, so if it's RC locate file, so there we go. So at least you sort of set that relatively correctly, I think. So it might be time to step in and see what we're getting happening. Let's step into this first. Okay, so we didn't get RC locate bound set. So let's go to the other person. And let's go to this probably. Oh, we need to send it the instruction. So we're going to try and get from the database server. I shouldn't need to have to go through that whole process. Yeah, so we have got it. Yeah, I might have gone to the wrong function, mightn't I? I think I probably have actually. That was interesting about a user input function. I think I should have gone to handle the handle get. Let's just do that again. Okay, so we're going to push the job. And then we should be waiting. Yeah, cool. Oh, you can see that's happening there. How can I do this exactly? Oh, I feel like I want to get past that wait. Right, interesting. So that is set to 0. So take job. Is because we're not actually bothering to touch that job, are we? That's interesting. Yeah, we're not touching that job because the job is going to come in. this entry. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's returning a separate job. Well, it's not returning a job. It's returning an entry, isn't it? It's kind of, it's almost like, I mean, this is complete garbage. But it should at least populate that job's file size. No, interesting. Oh wow, that's interesting. So see that again. Right, we've got this entry. So I'll kind of just like, well, go on to this line then. So we have got an entry. And that says it's 0. Hmm. So the first place we get to is here. So apparently we've already waited for the job to complete. So that file name is populated because of the push job. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm missing something fundamental here. I think it does make sense that handle get is the first place that this person would get to. So yeah, we push the job. I think the thing I'm a bit concerned about is that it's not weighted. Because push job should have... Yeah, let's step into push job actually. Okay, so now we're back to it just waiting for a thing. So we step into push job. And then we should be initializing these conditions. Does that happen? Yeah, so we're getting to here before we've actually... Oh, that's weird. We're getting to consume jobs. Ah. Hold on. So we do get to the condition initialization line. So we initialize that condition. We still don't have that set. That should get set, shouldn't it? It's returning get from database underscore Cinera. So the result is a void thing. What am I missing? Do we never write that? No, we do write it because we've seen all of that happening, haven't we? Oh shit. Wow, is that actually actually all 0. So why is that the case? That's interesting. Oh. Ah. That's the problem, isn't it? Get it from database. Ah. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry, this is complete garbage. Because this is actually going to be... it's not only getting from the database, but it's also going to try to write to the database. Yeah, I've done this database writing incorrectly. Yeah, this needs a little bit more to it. Yeah, it's kind of like the binary search thing, isn't it? So it's like a search result. Yeah, I don't know that I necessarily actually do want to do this. I probably want to have get from database Cinera doing like a search for entry. And then if it finds an entry, then we return the entry. You know what I mean? So this guy, so if the diff is less than that, then, so we're getting an index here. Yeah, if there's no diff, the entry pause is this. So the result index is equal to I. The result entry to this. And we should be able to set the header, shouldn't we? So that the result header is equal to header. Oh, dude. Show me what you got. Show you what I've got. Well, okay, so yeah, I'm kind of in the middle of actually fixing up the database writing stuff. So yeah, what I'm trying to do here is to add a new type of instruction to the mix. So currently, what I have is it's you can send jobs that are basically saying, please could you put this information into the database for me, and I kind of don't care about anything after that, but what I'm trying to do now is adding a job which is basically saying, please could you get this information from the database for me and give me the information. So as a part of doing that, I split up this function here, get or write database underscore Cinera. I kind of introduced this function get from database Cinera, and the way that I did it wrong, right? I did it so that it basically did, I think it did all the work of get or write to Cinera, apart from the writing a new entry thing, I think is what the only difference that I made. But there was a bit that I'd missed out, which was that I was letting it still do the thing of like if we if we need to insert somebody into the database as opposed to appending it to the end of the block, then I still do that incorrectly. So I shouldn't be doing that. And also, like, the thing that I'm storing in the database is simply, I can show you what I'm storing. It's just this, and we're talking about this block here, the Cinera block. So it's a file name and a file size. So that's all it is. And you can sort of see in this file name here, the 2022-02-21 file, the file size is apparently all 0, and that is a product of, that's the file that we're using to test this whole thing, because that's today's date. And the reason that that's all 0 is because of the this thing here. If the file size differs from the one that we find in the thing, and the reason that differs is that we're passing to the get Cinera get entry, whatever it is, get from database. What we're passing is an actual entry, and that's filled from the job that we're requesting to the threading mockup client here. Just say that threading mockup client. That thing is going to be issuing this rest or get instruction. We're saying we want to get a file, the entity type information, entity type info or whatever is a file, and we want to get the file size of this file. So we issue this rest or get instruction, and the rest or get well, yeah, it basically it's an actual Cinera entry. Basically, it's an actual database entry, and it's that entry that we're passing through to here, right? This is where we're talking about. So yeah, in this bit here, we're able to fill in the ID, wherever it is. It's here, copy string 0 terminated. We're able to fill the ID into the actual entry, but we can't fill in the file size because obviously we don't know it. That's the thing we're trying to get out of it. So the file size is 0, and all of that is getting passed through to the get from database Cinera thing. So that's what I'm doing basically, mate. I'm sort of just fixing up this little part of the process here. So I'm separating out the whole thing and just enabling the search for entry thing to just give us some information to make it easy for the write to database thing able to, you know, write the new information. If that makes sense. Yeah. So search for entry, it shouldn't be writing. It should be finding the index. It should be setting the entry. So we already set the header. This file size differ should be being tested by the right person. I think the entry pause, I've got a feeling that doesn't get used really. Maybe it does. Okay, it does. That's only being used in the event that we have to write to the thing. So yeah, we don't need that anymore. So the result entry will be correct. Yeah, I do kind of have a job system. Yeah, I've got the queue. It's a bit unfortunate actually that I'm in this really kind of, well, in the middle of doing something really, because I can't kind of show you the thing. But if you've got time to stick around, then maybe, hopefully, I'll be able to finish this bit, and then I can show you actually what the thing does. Yeah, and then again, if this is saying if the entry should be inserted before the end, it should do something. Aha, I've got it. So here we go. We're always going to be setting the index to wherever we're up to. Which essentially kind of means that we could just say that the result index is equal to 0. Yeah, we could just do that. And then it would also automatically increment the result at the end. Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, we don't have that. Yeah, that's good increments again. So if we don't differ, then we set the entry to be this, and then we break. Otherwise, we just kind of continue on. And then finally we return the results. Now, if we haven't set the so we should have set the header. We might not have set the entry. And we will have definitely set the index. So I think that function is complete. Except for the fact that we don't have the search entry anymore. That's interesting. I thought I definitely wrote that type def. Actually. Yeah, I'm sure. Gosh, that definitely rings a bell. I mean, it's not really hard. It's just like this. So search entry should return. Oh, it's an actual. Yeah, sorry, it's an actual thing. It's not a pointer to it. Yeah. So the getter right to database Cinera is now the other kind of person involved. So rather than doing a get from database Cinera, we want to do a search. We want to do a search for thingy. So that's an invalid initializer. Right. DB in an entry. So it's in the function getArrayToDatabaseCinera. It doesn't like the fact that I've done this. Get from database. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So here we go. Oh, search result. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, sorry. That's unfortunate. So, yeah, search result. Let's try that again. This result needs to be a DatabaseCinera entry. Incompatible prototype, yes. So we want to cast. Where does the result get set exactly? It's going to be that. I think we can just cast that to be a DatabaseCinera entry. Yeah, I mean that's the problem. That might not be exactly right, but I think it hopefully is. So yeah, a couple of things here. We the result here, the search result. If we've got an entry, then we're saying the return guy is that if the file size differs, then we want to change the file size and we want to correspondingly. Now that's interesting, isn't it? Because we get the result here. Like it's happy to set this one. But it wasn't happy to set the other one apparently. Ah, and that's wrong. Yeah. That's completely wrong. Because by the time we get to here, this pointer is going to be stale. So what we're going to have is the yeah, we've got all the information we need. It's the entry pos. It's going to be the search result header plus the size of the header yeah, it's just this actually, isn't it? Yeah, it's exactly this. Oh, I know why that would be. It was okay with this because this is just an integer. I think, is that maybe correct? Yeah. So we've got our edge parts, and then here we kind of need to do bites to right isn't right either. I think it should be portion 0 size. But also, I don't think this is exactly reliable. Give you a pointer. Yeah, it should be based on the index. So basically, this is going to be like this. But if the other person has anything to go by, this should now fail, shouldn't it? Yeah. Oh, well, it's failing on this. Int from void star. Oh, it's all of this. Take away. We're getting a pointer, and then we need to take away from the db buffer location. Lactation. Pointer, take away the db buffer location. I suppose one problem actually is that this search result dot header is a car. Oh, sorry, it's a void. Oh, that could be a problem. Like, can you just do this? I think you can. So you want this, and then you want to be saying yeah, it's happy with that. Now let's just double check that was actually the problem. I think it probably should have been a problem. Yeah, there you go. So there's a void start. It doesn't like that, so that's fine. And now here again, right? So we've got this thing down here. It's not happy with this, so. Let us, instead of saying temp here, let's just say header. And then I can do this same kind of thing down here. Sorry, yeah, I need to do this. Right. So if we've got an entry, if the file size differs, then we need to do some jiggery pokery to it. Otherwise, we can just straight up say that the result is equal to the search result entry. And will we need to cast this? No, it's happy with that. And then here, if there is no result, rather than having to use a header, we don't have to get to init block. We don't have to do this. We can just say search result header. I might need to cast it. No, we don't. Interesting. and then we can increment the count. The bytes to write is the whole lot. The portion zero size is not this. It's going to be essentially this. It's going to be the entry pos. Now, yeah, we've got, this time the header is a struct, so we can't quite do this. We need to sort of say, well, I don't think we can. Yeah. We need to say it's like a, I don't know. Byte of header, I don't know. Yeah. So this entry pos is actually going to be the portion zero size, not this. So we're going to write out the existing database, having overwritten the header. We're going to then write out the new entry, and then we're going to write out the remainder of the file, and then this is going to be the portion size, and then we finally return that. So that possibly might be correct. Yeah, should we have a look? Let's use this guy again. So yeah, there we go. Jesse, we've got the queue going on here. We've just got 4 slots per queue, and it'll like use each slot in turn. That's the way it's sort of sussed out that has to work. So it'll use the first slot, and then the next time through, it'll then use slot 1, and then it'll use slot 2, and then slot 3, and then it'll wrap back around and use slot 0 again. So let's just check in here. So hopefully this will have the file size in, and it does. That's great. That's beautiful. They reckon it's a file size of 76, do they? Well, I mean, it's whatever it says, isn't it? It's going to be 118. So I think, let me try now running the other the client. So this time, it's working. That's awesome. job queue with multiple queues. No, it's just the one queue. What's happening here is that we're printing out the same queue multiple times. So yeah, print job queue, I'll just show you where it's happening. It's happening here, here, and then here. So consume jobs, basically, it's just to give me more insight into what's happening, really. Yeah, the job got done exactly. Yeah, so when you come into consume jobs, this is a thread. Isn't it? Yeah, so we create this consume jobs thread. And the first thing it does is it initializes the database, and then it comes in, it prints its own function name when we run the program, and then it prints the job queue, and then it will wait for the next job, and then having once the job comes through, it then prints that job queue, which is going to be this printout here. And then it says while queue is populated, it'll take the job. Do whatever it does with it and then print the job. Now does this guy print the job queue? No, so it's just this guy. Yeah. But yeah, as I was sort of saying before you turned up, dude, I don't think this is right. Because what I'm doing here, although we are getting the information, in this handle get function, we push the job on, and then we wait for it to complete, and then we say if the file size is not 0, then we say we've found it. Yeah, where's the bit I thought was not right? Yeah, I think I've got that happening somewhere else as well, haven't I? Oh no. Yeah, so the only reason I've got that happening at all is that I don't think I can pass null as a mutex. I think it kind of doesn't like that. Yeah. So it's not actually doing anything really. Yeah. I might need to make it do something. I mean, the other guy doesn't even, this doesn't really do anything either, actually. The next job to take mutex, I don't think does anything. Because there's only one taker, you see. So we do initialize the mutex and we destroy it, but we never actually bother to unlock it, and we never, well, unlock, we never actually bother to use it. So I was just like, not for the consumer, no, because there's only one of them. But that might change actually, to be honest with you. Now that we're trying to do like reading and writing. Yeah, because basically the overall structure of this thing is that we've got, I don't know how helpful this is actually, but we've got, I'll just show you the threads that we kick off. So we start off with the job consumer. We then create the Cinera function, and the Cinera thread is this person up here. And this person, oh yeah, right, so the Cinera one is waiting for file system events. So this will respond to stuff like, stuff like this. So when you save a file, the Cinera thread responds to this. The reference manager is the thing that responds to the threading mock client, right? So when you run that, the reference manager responds to that, And the user interface thread is the thing that responds to this. So you can type into this area here, and it will kind of like fill this buffer. So I've got a buffer of 8 characters, and it'll just fill that buffer up, and then when you click enter, the user interface thread responds to that. So that's what's basically happening. And the types of stuff that is happening after that is that the Cinera function, remember the Cinera function is the one that receives it's responded to this. So what it's going to do is it pushes this kind of a job on. So it's a file IO add job, and it's saying that the file name is this and the file size is this, and then it's going to put that into the database. Basically it's basically saying please add this information into the database. The typing one is like a UI job, and it's saying that what I want you to do is to put this string into the database, please. And the other person, just showed that, is currently only doing a file IO get. I mean, it does also it calls the dump thing as well, but that's not really involved in the job queue, so I'll just leave that out for now. But yeah, this guy is doing file IO get, and it's saying for this file name, please could you return to me the size, and you can see actually that that's stopped working, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, you can see it's a bit sporadic, isn't it? So it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, which kind of proves that I haven't got it right. So yeah, we've got those different types of things. So those are the 3 people that are pushing onto the job queue, and then there should only be one person who takes from the job queue, and that's the person who can actually write to the database, the person who can, well, read from and write to the database. So it's like a multiple producer, single consumer, I think. I don't know if that sounds at all familiar from your course. That you did at college. But yeah, that's the structure. And this whole thing of like, yeah, what it is, it's the new bit that we've got today it's basically needing to sit around and wait for the actual response to come through. Never did multiple produce, multiple queue. It was asking something about a thread local queue for those cases. Was it interesting. Yes, because I do have just a global queue here. So we're talking the thread local queue. Let me make a note of that, actually. Yeah. So if you look at the push, the push job one, I do actually lock the mutex in there, and I do unlock it. The reason for that is I've got the multiple thingies, haven't I? I've got the multiple guys who are pushing onto the queue. Cool. Cheers. Yeah, I haven't been in touch with Zach for a while. Hope he's doing all right. Work stealing. Grace recognition. Nice. Making lots of money. Cool. Good man. Yeah, I'll tell you what, actually, dude. I don't know if you follow Rich Geldrich on Twitter. Or if you know him at all, if you're familiar with him. But he was sort of tweeted recently about programmer salaries. He was like saying that he knows people with like $400,000 to $800,000 salaries. People who kind of can't really program. Can't really heard of them. Okay. Let me see if I can find him. How could I do this? I'm trying to remember his surname actually. So he's suggesting work stealing. I think this is how you pronounce his, spell his name. Alright, yeah. Yeah, this is the chap. He seems a cool guy, I think. He seems to have had a bit of a hard time though, like in past jobs. Working in kind of shitty places. So, he's the kind of guy I wish him well, really. But yeah, he's sort of talking 400, 800k. For people who can't really, like, do, well, stuff like I'm doing here, actually, like multi-threading. There's other things that he mentioned. I think he mentioned sockets, which I've also done. Yes. So up to 19th, I might not. Probably not going to find it, but whatever. He's the person who's sort of talking about that. Yeah, just in terms of salaries that he was talking about Zach on. And yeah, I just sort of still at this point, I'm just not sure that I'm good enough to be earning those sorts of salaries. Even though Rich is saying, like, people who don't know how to do sockets, which I do know, and people who don't know how to do multi-threading, which I'm learning, that those kind of people can do that, can earn that much. And so, yeah, it's cool. That's how I do, obviously, all the inter-process communication. Yeah, so the ref store does that. Probably here. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I mean, I've even got sockets in this, haven't I? Yeah, in this function here. This, whatever. That's how the client communicates. So yeah, even in this file, I've got sockets. So it was the push job, wasn't it? Okay, the new thing today, it's this. So doing the get, the new thing is the idea that you want to like send a job into the queue, and then you actually need to wait for the result to come through. And the way that I'm currently doing that is that I push this job on. I suppose maybe... No, I don't think it should matter when I do that. Push the job on and then wait for the thing to be signaled as complete. Now it's possible, isn't it actually, that I've got the database writing bit incorrect? So we're looking for the V over here. Yeah, I mean it was V before and it's V after. So I think the database writing is okay. We push the job on. Job complete is what we're looking for. So it's going to initialize this. Ah, hang on. That probably needs to be done a bit early, doesn't it? Maybe. Well, no, because that was the thing. I was sort of thinking, you know, if you call push job, it does need to go through the entirety of the function, doesn't it? So you're always going to get down through all of these lines to this line here. Now, this condition in it with null, I think that's just attributes, isn't it? The null thing. Yeah, it's just attributes. So it will initialize it with the defaults. So we should be getting down there, I think. And then we come out of the function and we say initialize the fake mutex and wait on this to be completed. And yeah, so I think this is where I think it's wrong. So what we're talking about is this actual job queue here. I suppose I could do a bunch more kind of print job queues. But basically the idea is that this is going to be like the input to the consumer. So they will, you know, we push onto the job queue. You know, these multiple threads push onto the job queue, and then the consume jobs person comes along and takes them off. And in consuming the jobs, they call take job. So they pick the job that's next to take. They populate the file name. They populate the file name and then signal it to be completed. So that's going to be on the queue. This is what they're taking, and they're writing this into the result, and then say it's complete. Oh, that's it, isn't it? Ah, that's it, entirely it. It's issued that signal before it's actually got to write this file size. So that's the problem here, probably. So it's almost like we sort of need to defer this somewhat, or we need to write, write into the result this condition. And then rather than actually signaling it to be complete there, we signal it to be completed after we've actually handled it right out here. Bit unfortunate that I've lost that. But right, so that should give us time to actually fill in the file size. Now I still don't think this is right, by the way. But let's actually just see if that consistently lets us get the... Oh, right. That's interesting. That's complete. Oh, yeah, right. That's... yeah, you can't really do that because the existing thing is still going to be kind of like blocking, isn't it, in a way? I suppose it's not really worth doing that anyway because I don't think it's correct. Oh wait, what was it actually doing? Yeah, it was just... It was refraining from marking that as complete. But, yeah, so anyway, it was saying marking complete, but we're still sort of talking about this input queue, which I'm not 100% convinced I should be talking about that. Oh, that's interesting. What's the matter now? So now we're consistently not getting the actual thing back. Huh, that's weird. I think it could be doing that, yeah. Yes, now this is just blocking. Pretty sure this is how it used to be. Yeah. Yeah, actually it's entirely possible that we've got the file size wrong now, isn't it? No. File size is still alright. Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? Like now we're consistently not getting the actual thing. So here's a get. Yeah, I suppose actually this print job queue will never print the file size. I suppose we could make it do that. Should now get some. Yeah, so the file size is now 0 because we haven't populated that. Signal complete. So you're printing the job queue here. And this is going to be after having taken the job. Let's just not print this one out. Yeah, which ones could we just get away with? I guess print the job queue after taking a job. Sorry, after one was pushed on. Yes, I think that might be okay. Maybe. Just want to be able to see it happening, see. So we're getting that. Oh, that isn't on the job queue. Of course, we're not actually modifying the job queue here. So that would never show up in the print the job queue function. Yeah, it wouldn't. I mean, we could do a print job here, couldn't we? See, obviously at that point we've populated this. Now, is that helpful? I mean, I suppose at least that does prove that we found the file in the thing, and it's this size. That file size is always going to be not set, isn't it? Because the actual job we're talking about is this on the job queue. At this point we don't know what the file size is because it hasn't been worked on. Has it? Get from database. Yeah, I think it's right in the correct file size. Produce the finish right to the file size. No, I think the producer shouldn't be writing the file size actually, because the producer doesn't know what the file size is. You see, because what's happening here is what we're sending is we're sending a get instruction from a client. So the client is this person, and all the client knows is the file size. Sorry, not the file size, the file name. So that person is going to be sending that file name, and it needs to just produce a job, which is the file IO get with the file name. So that is actually correct. It's correct to be, yeah, getting the file size from the consumer. Yeah, exactly. I think the database is correct. The database writing is correct, I think. Handle get is the other person involved, isn't it? So handle get. Yeah, I think I was sort of saying, wasn't I? That here, this is talking about the actual job in the queue. Whereas if you look at take job, if you don't want take job, this is just another job on the stack. So, I mean, I suppose, like, one way to fix it, or one way to get this information out, although I'm still not exactly sure how I managed to get this to actually apparently work. One way to do it is to do this. Okay, so now we're returning the actual job. Oh, yeah, right. It's an easy way of doing this, really, other than maybe this. Yeah, it might just be that, mightn't it? Okay, so now we're talking about the actual job rather than a new one on the stack, and then we're writing in the file size into the actual job on the queue. Or at least it should be. I suppose, yeah, this was the thing, wasn't it? If I was to do that here, That's interesting. You don't think it's going to be print the queue at the wrong time. It's going to be awkward if you want to print at the right time. Oh, there's no entry. Is that what it's saying? Shouldn't that be writing out something at least? I mean, it's just gonna be this, isn't it? So yeah, we get there. So we don't get here. So apparently I mean, it is a file layout get, right, obviously. We're taking this job off the queue. Oh, I know what the problem is. It's because, Jesus Christ. Yeah, because this is the thing, right? The take job function is going to set the job type to null. And that's the way that it indicates that the job is available to be, the job slot is available to be used again. So that is, this isn't going to fly. Right. It sets that to null, and it sets, as I say, it's setting the actual thing in the actual queue to be that. So that was the reason why I was passing. That was the reason why I was initializing a new job on the stack. Like so. So that you could actually get to that case. At least I blooming well hope you do expect that. Yeah, we get here as expected. Andrew at the file size. Yeah, there is a problem, yeah, because what we should be expecting to see when we run the client is it should say, it should be able to print out this basically. It should print out this file is X bytes long. That's what we should be expected to see. So when we do, I think it's in handle get, isn't it? What we're basically doing is we're saying that if the file size at this point is non-zero, we consider the thing to be found. And that's a bit cheesy because the reason I thought that would be just an easy way of doing it, really. Because I needed to be able to get that information out to this function. Yeah, the bottom of the program, the mon client, yeah, down here. So when we do, when we run this, what it's doing is it's sending a get instruction. And well, it's sending this instruction, this job, with the file size not populated. This guy is supposed to then populate that and send it back. And the populating just happens in, where's that? Here, isn't it? No, it's not here. It's not there. Here, isn't it? Yes, it's here. The consumed jobs that it's setting that file size. Problem site again. Yeah, so so we've got the handle get. I need the condition after the switch statement. Yeah, and then it was, that's just yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, yes, so that's what I was thinking. This guy here, isn't it? So rather than doing the signal there, I actually do it down here after this has happened. The problem here, though, although I can sort of rectify that, the complete thing, I'll need to just say result complete is equal to j complete, whatever. Job, isn't it? I think I need to do this. But then I was finding that it was just locking up, wasn't I? You know, it just doesn't manage to proceed. Need to use the same thing, yeah. Yes, I think that's what I was realising, I think. So then I was sort of talking about this, wasn't I? I was saying, I need to use the same thing, so it needs to be a pointer. It's got to be the actual thing that's on the queue. So take job, rather than initializing a whole new thing, it actually returns a pointer to the thing that's on the queue. I wonder, because basically it was this type, right? It was setting this that was preventing us from actually getting to this part, because we were setting the job type to be null, so we weren't getting through any of these cases. But I now wonder if you can let this case go through and then at the end set null. I'm going to just try that. So yeah, rather than in take job, setting that to null, we let this all happen, and then we only set it to null out here. This result completes. I mean, this is just. We're just talking about the same thing anyway. But we can let that happen. But yes, okay, so now I think we should actually get some stuff happening, shouldn't we? Maybe not. Let's just see if we get here, first of all. Yeah, we do get that. So that's something at least. And then the entry. We could print the job. Well, we do print the job, don't we? Sorry, where did we get to? We got to there. Oh. Okay. So we didn't get an entry. So the jobs of file AO data. Well then, yeah, okay. Ah, yeah, just before getting it. Hey, that's interesting, isn't it? So we've taken the job, file AO get, so that's 0. Should be populated. With a file name. Shouldn't it? This guy up here. It should be that. Take job, yeah. Result, yeah, I guess. Verify the copy hours correctly, yeah. That's a very good call. I think the problem actually is that we're talking about the same bit of data, aren't we? So you know what? I'm almost inclined to say that rather than returning the result, we should just return the J. I think that's what I sort of think. No, I don't need to allocate the file name because it's a fixed character size. Fixed character array. Yeah, it's just one of these guys. Yeah, I'm gonna try just returning this J directly. So we're just kind of taking the result out of the picture. Yeah, that's interesting. So that's getting nulled out again. So then let's just print that job. You know, we're in print function. and we're printing the job. Special job of that is that. Oh, sorry. Right. So we're in take job. Wow. Sorry. Take job. File IO get. So we recognise. Well, I guess what's the job before we return, I guess. Isn't that interesting? Returning with job, file out get. So we must be manipulating this J. I mean, we're getting here, aren't we? Yeah, we're getting here. Oh, fucking hell. It's because click option to terminate. We're going to be clearing out the result. Yeah, sorry. Let's just get rid of this result, because this is just getting in our way here. And rather than using that, actually, instead of doing that, actually let me just make a difference. Let me F0 this all out. Let's just do another one. So rather than, as I say, having the result in the picture at all, let's just do this. Why did none of that work, I wonder? J-ink. Yeah. That's probably what was going on. Returning with job file. Okay, it's still not happy, is it? Well, yeah, I mean, none of that needs to happen now. Well, actually, I'll tell you what, in fact, none of this switch statement at all needs to happen. Because this is essentially, this would be copying the stuff to the static thing. Yeah. This doesn't need to happen, I can just get rid of this. And this doesn't need to happen because that's just the same thing. So now we're just left with, that doesn't need to happen. All we're left with is saying what the next job would be. So yeah, that's now consistently working, isn't it? So yeah, I mean this. You know, this is consistently working now. Well, there's a big message. Oh shit. Yeah, I completely missed this. Let's have a look. Because that's going to right, that we need to use the same thing. Yeah, and she said, in the future maybe good to rather than setting the actual member to null. Just keep track of a writer and a read head. It will look good printing back like you have. Or just putting out a job valid flag and print no job instead. Majority of the knowledge is just saying it's free. Is it the best code? So you can have the read and write head queue going. Yeah, right. Just keep track of a write head and a read head. So basically something like that. So yeah, the write head and the read head thing then. I think, hopefully I can remember some of that so I can get back to the thing. I think I kind of have the write and the read head happening in the form of these indices here. The next job to take and the next job to fill. I wonder if I was over sort of, well, overthinking it I guess wouldn't be the right thing. Because I evidently hadn't thought about it enough. But, you know, like the take job thing. Let me just try and recall what I was driving at. So this was originally, it was originally initializing a whole new job. Yeah, it's copying the job. Oh, it's because of the null, wasn't it? And that, yeah, that was simply what that was trying to get away from. Yeah, so I was compensating for the null. I was compensating for the null by initializing a whole new job and copying over the job to the newly initialized one. But yeah, and I'm using that null. I was using that nulling for the purposes of determining if the queue is full, basically. So I don't think I handle that anymore, do I? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, because I'm never going to be setting that JTI null, am I? Ah, hang on. We do set it as null here. But yeah, as you're sort of saying, don't do it to null. Yeah, multiple choose music things, yeah. Yeah, give the count. Yes, you've got the head, haven't you? So that's always going to be talking about the right actual slot to be dealing with. Interesting. Empty. So how am I checking that? So yeah, you're saying that instead of saying instead of checking for JTI null, you want to be basically saying if the next job to take does not equal to the next job to fill, whatever I called it. How do you distinguish between the empty and full though? So we're pushing a job. Oh, you just say if it's not. That's interesting, isn't it? I think it's like the opposite case. Usually have valid members in jobs. Yeah, right. So we've got the push job. And the take job. And you're saying that the take job, so the take job is consumer. Make sure to set the job not valid in consumer. Once we push a job, it's valid. So yeah, once we've populated all of the bits of the job, so yes, I think we're basically saying that if this particular job that we're looking at is not valid, then it means that it's ready for us to make it valid. And in the take job, if the thing is valid, then take it and make it not valid. I feel like we need to set the value to false after we've actually signaled that condition though. Right, that sounds reasonable, doesn't it? So there are null jobs. Yeah. Kind of is, isn't it? Yes, I did do with a type, wasn't it? So let's just check that this still works. Yeah. Yeah, so now it... yeah, so we're not actually checking something right, are we? Yeah. I mean, we didn't check whatever it was, whether the heads were at the same point. Yeah, let me just revert this. We'll just keep the valid thing in. Yeah, the problem there was job queue empty, which is a job this. Try to get job. What was that? What was it printing out for us? It was yeah, it was still just an empty queue apparently. Hang on, that was interesting, wasn't it? So if we just take a close look at this, trying to get entry for job this. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've filled up all of our slots, and then the next time round we've already got the 118 in there. Before we set the file size, yeah. It was. Oops. So yeah, we signal that the job is complete. It's almost like, at this point we null this. It's sort of like, I think I'd like it to be null actually. I'd like it to be emptied out. Or would I? Do I care about that? You know, because it's more work, isn't it? Oh, we need to signal that. Oh shit, yeah, we need to signal that thingy, don't we? Usually the producer would just fill to the job, so we have a special case over. One bed needs to be filled out. Empty before the condition. Yeah, but the problem is though, if I do that, then we can't actually do this signal, can we? Because we would be. Well, I mean, I suppose, yeah, actually. Yeah, you're right. I can just, rather than emptying out the whole job, you just empty out the bit of it that is not this. Yeah, which could get a bit hairy, couldn't it? Because we'd sort of have to, we'd have to switch on the type, isn't it? We'd have to do this, I think, wouldn't we? And if it's a thingamajig, file IO get or add, then we do something, and the other one was the UI, wasn't it, or something? Yeah. Make a point to the job complete member. Ah, yes. Yeah, nice one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that's going to persist. Into. So it's just the address. Yeah, that's fine. It's just the address of that. Save that off. Empty out the job. And then signal that thing. Bob's your uncle. Isn't that right? Is that not right? It won't work. So we're talking about an address to the complete thing. It's a catch-22. Ah. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, because when you empty this, it's then going to set whatever's at that address to be nothing. Should I try and run it? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do this. So how do you actually sign yourself off in your thingamajigs? Do you put ZillaRSCO or do you put oh, you probably put Jack, don't you? I reckon you probably put that. On. You put JC in capitals. Wow, this is quite a thinker. So go on then, let's see if this does it still. Oh no, it doesn't. So that's our question. So yeah, rather than doing that, if we just do this. Oh shit. So what's the problem now? is complete with the jobs complete. Oh, JTI null. Mind you, null is 0 anyway. Isn't it? This will work. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's not happy with that. Okay, hang on. Okay, so that's kind of happening. So we're saying, so job empty. Let me just do this. Job empty is equal to that. Empty complete is equal to job complete, and then signal on the job complete. And then we finally need to actually job. It's empty, don't we? Sorry, we wanted to empty it before then, didn't we? That was the whole point. Yeah, and then it would actually be this, wouldn't it? Job is empty before, yeah. Job is empty before the condition. Is that right? Oh, mind you, job, it's the same deal, isn't it, anyway? So it doesn't matter. Yes, it will. Yeah. Yeah, JTI null is 0. So yeah, we're back here. Let's just build. Does it run? It does, but we're not getting the thing through. Why is that? We're emptying out the job before issuing the signal. You know, if I just do this, is my producer ready to be filled out? What did I have before? Just hold on just one sec. So I had this and I set JTO null. Yeah, I didn't empty the stuff out. But I issued this complete. Just again. Yeah, so now this is working. So where are we again? I think we're in consume jobs. Is my producer is written job to be filled out? I think producers it's no, it's not, is it? The producer is push job, isn't it? And this guy is going to get the next job to fill from the queue. I mean, first of all, it locks the mutex, and then it gets the job to fill off the queue. And the first thing it does is it checks if the job is null, which is basically my way of saying that it's available to be used. and then it switches on the actual type of the incoming job in order to populate the job in the queue. And then it finally sets the type. The guide's asking to push the job on the queue. Okay, the guide's asking to push the job on the queue. Let's have a look. I don't think it is, no. Yeah, well, sorry, it's expecting push job to fill the job out. Yes. If on the way, sure. Where was that again? It was single complete, and all I'm trying to do is to empty it. It is actually, yeah, it is at this point. Yeah, which probably long term wouldn't be the right thing to do, really. Because really, what's going to happen, like in Cinera properly, what it's going to want to be able to do is to have a client saying, please could you give me, God, what would it be? Yeah, please could you give me everything you've got for this video? Do you know what I mean? So basically you'd be able to identify a video by saying, like, the project is hero/code, and the video is day 128. So you've only got two little bits of information that it's going to be passing. That's all that the job would need to contain. And then in return, it's going to be returning stuff like, you know, the video's name, all the credits to do with it, all the timestamps, all the references. You know, it could be like kilobytes and kilobytes of stuff, which wouldn't be appropriate to have in the job queue. You know what I mean? Ah, the client when making the job should give a pointer to instruct you want the job to be like, okay, cool. Gotcha, yeah. I'll tell you what, rather than making this guy empty it out, because it's setting the null thing, we can actually just say that the push job empties it all out, isn't it? Is that right? complete. Oh, mind you, I think, has the complete thing been initialized? No, the complete thing is just going to be initialized today. So yeah, actually, we could probably say this, couldn't we? And that probably would be fine. Yeah. Yeah, that might be the way to do it. Okay, so I think we've done at least some of it. How long have we been going? Gosh, we're going for 4 hours, blimey. And look at the brightness. Yeah, 4 hours on this. So basically all I managed to do is to get the database reading happening. And it's not quite right, I don't think, because of what we're sort of talking about. Oh god, yeah, good point. Yeah, this. Also, let's return this to be doing it sensibly. So the take job, yeah, it's doing it basically nothing. This is happening later. I will leave these lock and unlock lines in. Yeah, we know about that. Something happened bailing. I think this is all legit. So yeah, I think I wanted to keep the print function now, didn't I? Let's do this. Get rid of that. I'll leave that, I think. Should we write a file to the database? Although I guess we are doing it, so I'll get rid. I'm trying to get entry for job. Get here. We didn't get an entry. Let's not bother with that. So the printing of the job queue happens before and after the wait. And at the end, I think this is how I originally had it. Yeah, so I think that's it. I do not know. That's a cool idea though. That is a good idea. I think that's just I think that's just you hunting for good karma. Yeah, that is a good idea. You can also do like the end of the line, can't you? Like, what would that be? Yeah, it's that, isn't it? So, yeah, I can't really think off the top of my head where that would come into play. But yeah. One or more spaces. Yeah, it's something like Yeah, I forget these as well. Sorry, it's that or something. I mean, you can get space is that. So it's that. Print job. That couldn't work, could it? Because this is saying that it's the start of the line, isn't it? So wouldn't it have to be something like this? Is that just matching all of the print jobs now, though? Looking for comments. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, you comment at the start of the line. Is that? Well, no, because you got this, haven't you? Yeah. Comment lines. I mean, I suppose you can also do stuff like from the start of a line any number of anything. Oh wow, is that not finding it now? It might be A actually. No. Ah, hang on. Alphanumeric. Yeah, I don't know. Anything to the end of the line? Yeah, I don't know. I was sort of trying to get a line that would give you the entire line, basically. Yeah, for dinner, I think I'm going to have fish. And since it's kind of a bit late, I might just have it with rice. I was kind of playing with the idea of having, homemade sweet potato chips, but they take about half an hour to make. Not including the preparation. You need to chop them first. But when I have the fish and rice, you just need to stick the fish in straight from the freezer. So it's I think it's 25 minutes. And then while that's doing, I can then get the rice going in between, because that only takes 12 minutes. And I'll probably have English mustard as well. So yeah, I think that's probably what I'll have. But yeah, I'm pescatarian. How do you spell that? Pescatarian. Yeah. There we go. That's me. I'm one of the 3%. And I think I've deliberately chosen this dietary lifestyle due to the sheer unpopularity of it, basically. Oh, asymmetric transition. Is that one of those things that you just can't... by the way, that's a complete joke. It's not really because of the thinking. It's just that it just happens that, like, almost every aspect of my life, apart from probably the fact that I speak English as my first language, or that I speak English at all, almost every aspect of it is, like, really, like, unpopular. So yeah, I can do it, but you cannot, apparently. We might have to seek into Fowler's advice on this, on how to get you permitted to do info. What if Infobot has got a Wikipedia page? Hey! Oh, it's not a Wikipedia page, I guess. So what? Really more popular. I thought info just searched DuckDuckGo. You telling me that you've just coined a whole new thing that's got no hits? Ah, that's interesting. Is that because it's including results at isomeric? I haven't heard of any of this, by the way. Isomeric transition. You see? I suppose I could have a read of this while stuff gets cooked. Although there isn't an awful lot of time, actually. Because there's always... Well, there's a couple of components to it, isn't there? Isometric transition is the mechanism for an excited state of a nucleus for an atom. It's what makes things like uranium half-life. Ah, nice one. I think that knowledge deserves another bit of karma. Neo was talking about something to do with spin. I don't think I'll be able to find this in Firefox because I didn't use this thing. Browser. 9 karma, that's not enough karma, I don't think. And you've got -1 from Abner, probably. It must have been Abner. Yeah, anyway, look, it's getting on to the evening time and it's very dark. There is a light outside, which is probably the only thing that's kind of lighting me up. But yeah, I'm going to call it a day. We've got part of it. We've got the database reading part, but I think what we haven't got, actually, is the concurrent part of it. So really, what I was sort of hoping, and I'm probably going to have to do this next time, is having, like, the idea that you can have multiple people pulling off the database at the same time. Because you can do. You know, if the data isn't going to be changing, you can just have, you know, loads of people just retrieving data from it without having any problems of, you know, data being the wrong data. So that's what I was sort of hoping to get onto. And I don't think I have that. I don't think. I might have to double check that actually, but I do feel like I'm gonna have to handle that, like, especially. But anyway, that'll be for another time. So yeah, cheers everyone. Cheers Jesse for being here, and for all the karma that you've acquired from me. Because that's the thing, you see, when you give karma, well, I don't know actually. I was going to say, like, when you give karma, you sort of lose karma yourself, but I don't know that it actually works like that. I don't think karma is a zero-sum game. I think karma is sort of a thing that when you give good karma, you kind of receive a bit of good karma yourself as well. It's all kind of like, I don't know. It's one of those sorts of rejuvenating sorts of things. You can't do that for me, can you not? Wait, is it this? How did you do that before? Oh, you did do that. Hey, man. Oh, I've got 214. Gosh. But you see, I've got -8. Yeah, I think maybe you need to be permitted. Like, could I do karma ill? Yeah, so for some reason, I think it probably was off from Abner, yeah. Yeah, for some reason I'm permitted. Yeah. But anyway, let's call it. I can feel my throat, my voice is going. So, I'll call it there, and I'll catch up with you all another time. Oh, and also, I suppose actually, before I do call it, I've been playing Simon Tatham's kind of puzzle games. I'll just show you this really quickly. So Puzzles Loopy is one that I've recently discovered. So Galaxies is one that I play kind of often. In fact, I could probably just solve this quickly. It's probably something like this, isn't it? Right. But I'm actually playing on boards like this. So there's that game, and there's also this one that I discovered like just yesterday through somebody tweeting, which is kind of cool. And this is like The Witness. I'm not going to solve this because these take a bit longer to do. But it's like the triangulars, you know, the triangles puzzles on the Witness, where you basically have to fill in the sides of the square. So I was sort of thinking of doing a little series of Simon Tatham's puzzle collection, where I just go through these puzzles, because I think these are probably all from the same collection. I just go through these puzzles and, without reading the rules, try and deduce what the rules are, and like solve a board of the game, basically. So I don't know when I'll do that, but that was just sort of something I was thinking could be kind of cool to do. Yeah. It's way hard. Oh, you played it, cool. It's not like it. What? Yeah. So yeah, the loopy ones is cool. The main difference between The Witness and this one is that you've got things that say that it's got 0 things, which you don't have in The Witness, and also the loop itself is actually, it's all within the grid. So you're producing like a thing that's like a continuous line, rather than having, as in The Witness, an entry point and an exit point. So those are the only differences, really. But other than that, it's kind of cool, and it's interesting to do these puzzles in a way that's like you can do bits and bobs of them without having to start from the beginning. So for example, like this bit here, I was able to, just right in the middle of the board, just say that these things can't be part of it, and because we've got a 3 right next to it, we know that we can fill that in, basically. And then you can also say stuff like, because you can't kind of you can't have like a junction like this, because it's got like multiple, you got more than 2 things coming off that dot. You also know that you can discount these from being possible places, and then obviously you can do that, and then having got that, you've got this. Anyway, but yeah, it's interesting to be able to fill it in kind of from anywhere you like. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, definitely call it there. Well, are we at 5 hours yet? No, not quite. But yeah, okay. That's it for now. Great to see you, Jesse, as always. And yeah, I'll catch everyone on the flip side. So I guess it's good night, isn't it? Laters.